King Street building and on the agency's website and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in accordance with Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. First is the approval of our agenda.
Motion to approve.
Resolution of 7E, I make motion we approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, next is the approval of absent member. Mr. Earl McLeod is not here today. He's on a family vacation.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. The approval of the meeting minutes for 6/10/2026 meeting.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chairman remarks. When we're fixing to start the initial application hearings, and when we call your name, you'll come up to that table there. There's multiple chairs, but there's also 2 microphones. Please move these things close to you where we can hear you and hear the recording. With that being said, the first up is Travis Hudson. Good morning, Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson, you know you had right to be represented by counsel. You're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders licensed for Mr. Hudson could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided or W-2 1099 information. The supervisor he listed was a specialty registrant, not a builder.
All right, sir, if you want to explain those issues and give us some background on your work experience.
I've worked as a roofing contractor. I have a roofing contractor business. I kind of fell into it by accident because I had some skylights at my house that needed to be repaired. A contractor came out and fixed the skylights. When he was done, he asked me if I knew anyone else that needed any repairs done. And I'd had a dog training business previously, so this area, my dog training business was slow, his roofing business was slow, so I asked him, maybe I could help you find some customers. So I built him a website, a Google business profile. We went knocking on doors. I started learning a lot about roofing. And since then, we've done a great job. We've got 50-something 5-star reviews on Google. We have nothing but happy customers. And I've learned a lot about roofing, but I do all of the front end of the business for this contractor. So I subcontract out the work to Hugo Roofing LLC, and he has a roofing license. But I do all of the front end of the business. So I answer the phone calls, I do the inspection of the roof, I give the estimates, I sign the contract, I order the materials, give the receipts. I do all of the front end of the business. We do primarily roof replacements. We also do roof repairs. I've got another subcontractor that does gutters. So what I'd like to do is get a general contractor's license so that the license will be on my business. And also, if we need to do some siding projects or things like that, I'd be able to do that. But primarily, I just want to continue to do roofing, but under my business and my license, and have the general contracting license that will allow me to do things like siding and other exterior work as well.
Okay. You don't hold a specialty license currently?
But
Okay.
I subcontract out to someone
Right.
who does.
I understood.
Let me ask you a question. Why don't you just get the specialty under roofing and siding? Have you ever built a house?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever built a duplex? Have you ever built any apartments? So you have no experience in building, but you want us to allow you to take the test for the builder's license.
I would like permission to take the test, so that way I'll study, I'll learn more. And I do have the experience coordinating with subcontractors, dealing with customers, And again, I would do all the studying to learn more. And I guess I just want the general contractors to have some flexibility if we want to do exterior deck or stairs, I'd be able to do that.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
with the specialty contractor license, you can do that, but it has to be below a certain size. I'll be honest, I'm going to be the first to make the motion. I move that we deny due to lack of background experience, and I recommend that you look at the specialty registration.
I'll second that motion. Mr. Hudson,
Hold, let me get this. I have a motion second, now discussion, sorry.
Mr. Hudson, when you filled out your application, it says that you must have worked under a builder for a year and have an affidavit signed. You didn't have any of them. You have no building experience from the ground up, no foundation work, no EC, no plumbing, no nothing. So that's the reason for us declining it.
And under that specialty registration, you can choose 3 fields to work in. Get more experience, and then come back before us when you have more experience actually building with hands-on experience.
Find a job working for a general contractor.
All right, we have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. I think they've explained to you very well where we're at right now. Thank you. Next up is Rami Altman. Good morning, sir. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right? Yes. Let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Altuam could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit or W-2 1099 information provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain those two items.
I wanted to first start, can I provide you, a few of you with a pamphlet of experience, some images and things like that, or that's not necessary?
No, that's fine. Maylynn's going to pick it up from you
Okay.
and distribute it to us. So before you get started, let us get those passed out, and then I'll let you get started.
Thank you so much.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and get started.
Sure. Rami Altuam, again, good morning, and thank you all for allowing me to join you here today. I'm looking to apply for a builder's license in the state of South Carolina. I've been working so to speak, in the industry for about, since 2015. I've helped for myself and for a family member, my father, build 3 homes in total, one in the past 2 years. In 2015 was the first home that I've built as an owner-builder. So again, owner-operator, acted as the contractor, whether it's doing the work, subbing out the work, inspections, permits, anything and everything, utilities, working with the inspectors, have had good success there. That was in Anderson, South Carolina. I moved to the Greer, Greenville area, and of course, built a house there around 2019, 2020. The home in Anderson was valued around, at the moment, about $500,000. The one in Greer is valued around $990,000. We had an appraisal done last year. All the work has been done or supervised 100% by myself. And also in the past, in 2024, actually across the street from where I live, my father, we procured a lot there, and we built another home, together, of course. He was, again, the owner-builder, but I definitely was there and assisted him throughout the entire process, worked with the inspectors, subcontractors, the vendors themselves, procuring, ordering. Every home that we've built was designed fully by me on the engineering side, not engineering stamping, of course, but on the engineering side. Work with companies like Builders First Source to get trusses built out, of course, on the engineering side and approved, delivered. So really the full cycle of, what a contractor would do. I have done that 3 times, and again, recently in 2024/2025. My father's home is a little larger than ours. It's valued at roughly $1.4 million. The first building is about 4,200 square feet, and then he has a building behind it, about a 40 by 40 space for, as a work garage and a seating area and kind of a patio. So again, that's really the summary of my experience. Very, very experienced, and again, have an eye for what's right, what's wrong. We definitely do things a little bit different. We follow, of course, code, but we always do things a little bit above code when necessary and needed. Electrical, for example, installation. There's a lot of things that other builders may not do. We feel like whether it's our personal home or not, it's something that in the future someone would benefit from. But all the images, all the descriptions that you're seeing in the pamphlet there have all been completed by me. These are images that I took myself. Anything that's needed as far as backing, whether it's speaking to my father, any of the vendors like Builders First Source, subcontractors, all these different things. Some of the work in the home we built in 2019/2020, or most of the work, sorry, was done by us personally. A lot of the work in the latest build was of course subbed out. I was responsible, along with my father, for vetting these subcontractors, looking through their work, traveling 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour where they're actively working a project just to confirm and see what type of work they do, if the work is good, if it meets, honestly, our standards. So I comfortably say that I've been acting in the capacity of a residential builder. And again, these 3 projects, which in most may, or some may say that it's a little bit above your average project, especially the last one that we did. So no hard failed inspections. I have pretty much every inspector from Greenville County, Anderson on my phone. They know me, I know them. We've had workings with them, very good interactions. Anything that's given, even if it's code and they suggest something a little bit better, we always nod and say we're going to do it the better way. And we do that, provide images of the work that's being done. So again, I request the board allow me to take the exam, of course, study further, take the exam, so I can officially, build out the business, which is going to be, building out primarily investment properties or spec houses to be sold. I've ran another business in the past. I've been, in the technology industry for many, many years, for over 20 years. We have what's called industry standards, but we also have what's called best practice. I kind of think, I strongly believe that my experiences there, along with my construction experience, kind of give me the ability to, in layman terms, be a good builder, and do what's right for, for the customers. Even if it's not my own home, I look at it as, building it the right way, so.
All right, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, the first two homes you built, you pulled the permits as an owner-builder?
100%, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then the third home, your father pulled the
My
permit as an
father,
owner-builder?
right across the street, yes, sir, yes.
And
Yeah.
so briefly tell us about your hands-on experience within those jobs, not just coordinating, but
Sure.
there's a hands-on element.
Sure. The first home that we did, we did all the plumbing, the electrical, all the finished product. We were there during the framing process entirely. It was a brick home, so I'm not shy to say I don't know how to lay brick, but of course you can see if brick is being done right. And as I mentioned, looking at the work. So again, the finished work, tiling, anything and everything inside was done by me and or my family. But obviously I was there 100% hands-on. The second home in 2019, 2020, we did all the work. Now, we didn't do the roofing, we didn't do the brickwork, but we did the framing, electrical, plumbing, all the finishes. We didn't hang drywall. I'll just be transparent there. We didn't, again, do the roofing. And when it came time for the trusses, because it's trusses, cranes, we actually had a framer that we knew come and help with the trusses, just because it was easier and better and honestly just safer that way. But other than that, we pretty much built the house from the ground up. They were there for 9 months straight. They, meaning my family and I, were there for 9 months straight. And the last home, of course, again, used all that experience that we have, whether it's hands-on experience and subcontracting experience, and put that to the second home, in my father's home, which we still did work there. We did the plumbing, we did the electrical. We didn't really do the framing side because we were kind of pressed on time. Same thing. We have a frame, framers that we know, we work with and seen their work before that we've had to frame the home itself. But again, we've done it all. So I'm sorry to cut you off. All the inspections, corrections. I don't know if they call me the spray guy, but anything that we need to address gets sprayed, aligned, marked. We have punch lists, meetings, all that before inspections are done. We don't like to waste anyone's time, especially on the county side. So we do all that work before if there's any corrections. So far there haven't been any major corrections or guts or anything like that. I don't have that documentation to state that, but again, that's all in county records. If that's needed, I can potentially provide that. But we've never had like a hard fail inspection for something major or catastrophic that needed to be done. Everything is pretty much passed, including the last build. Our final inspection, for example, we passed the same day.
Okay. Yeah, just looking at the pictures, I mean, it looks nice work, clean work.
I appreciate it.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Are those two Greer houses, are they across or down the, maybe like going toward Blue Ridge?
No.
Well, they are.
Oh, no, well, sorry. It's on 290. Again,
From Bishop Mays grading, which is right on the corner of that intersection.
I think so. I'm not the best person when it comes to landmarks.
All right, how long did it take y'all to build those two?
The one in Greer took us, and again, we did a lot of the work. So you can imagine 3-4 people compared to crews. It took us 9 months. And the house across the street took us right at 11 months.
Is your father's house finished?
100%.
Yeah, that's a nice house.
Oh, yes, I appreciate that. We tried to fight him on a few things to cool it down, like the garage in the back, and that's...
Did y'all own that property for a long time? Because it was vacant for a long time.
We owned it. The owners next door sold that house, and around that same time, we bought the property. It was for sale. They reduced the price. We pretty much jumped on it. Right after my house was finished, around, I'd say, April, May, June of 2020, around that COVID period. Kept it until they were ready to move from Anderson. The market kind of went down a little bit, so they had some trouble selling their house. It wasn't really trouble, it just took some time to sell their house. Once they were done, they rented a property off of Highway 14 for exactly a year on the dot. And we comfortably finished everything, moved in. Yes.
I know that I've seen both of them. They did a good job on them. It seems like he wants to do it in the future. I'll make a motion, we allow him to sit for the exam.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us
Thank you so much,
releasing
everyone.
you for exam, and good luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Christian Morales. They're Christian Morales. Peter Famey.
Morning, y'all.
Good morning,
My name's
sir.
Peter Fahmy.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
It's great.
Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right today? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Builders License for Mr. Famey could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit or W-2 and 1099 information provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain those two items to us and give us some work history.
Yes, sir. So I started construction in Ohio at the age of 17. I'm 37 years old now. I started doing concrete and waterproofing, and I've moved on to renovation, fire and water restoration. So I've developed quite a bit of experience as far as like footing and foundation, all the way up to framing and inside renovations goes. And then recently we moved, well, not recently, in the last 8 years, we've moved to South Carolina, Charleston area. And I worked for a property manager for approximately about 4 years or so, managing about 60 properties in the Tri-County area. And if you could just imagine, those were old properties that needed a lot of work. So all the work I was hands-on myself. None of it was permitted or anything like that. None of it was rebuilds. But I also worked with other companies in the Charleston area, downtown Charleston area. And under those companies, I've done permitted work that I was hands-on myself with inspections and following building codes and hiring subcontractors and managing material ordering and so forth. Just in the last couple of years there, I've been wanting to expand my business a little bit, as I am doing also brick monuments for companies out of Charleston, and they're pulling the permits themselves, and I'm just doing the work under their company. With that being said, I was also running into other bigger projects as far as like addition projects and things like that. Not completely like full builds, but just like addition projects and concrete and pouring footers and stuff. And I would just kind of like to do it on my own without having the help of another company involved to pull permits for me. And just really trying to help expand my business a little bit, and I have completed plenty of projects. I did not want to bring a whole pamphlet to show y'all. I wish I know, and I could have, but I do have a bunch of completed projects from the last 4 years, residential and commercial projects, and quite a few monuments from Charleston all the way to Myrtle Beach area that were permitted, inspected, and all that stuff.
When you say monuments, describe that.
So brick monuments for like new developments that require footing, foundations, and CMU walls and stuff like that.
So you were handling those from start to finish for,
Yes,
as a
sir.
subcontractor for a,
Yes, sir, for Charleston Sign and a couple of other companies out of Charleston.
okay. So have you ever built a house or been part of building a house?
Yes, so I have worked for a company that, like I said, out of downtown Charleston. So for all the historical homes and stuff in downtown Charleston, I've worked under a company managing quite a bit of their projects from start to finish. And they weren't building the whole house. It was putting additions on historic homes. And if y'all are familiar with, they cut them up and turn them into Airbnbs and stuff like that. So there's a lot of inspections and permit pulling. Of course, I wasn't allowed to pull permits, but I was the guy calling for inspections and making sure the jobs was going. And I'm also a owner-operator, and not just owner.
And you said, you said you moved here from Ohio?
Yes, sir.
All right, so do you work on, I know they don't license or test in Ohio, if I'm correct.
Sure don't. No, sir.
So did you work under a builder there or with a builder or?
I did. I presented y'all with a letter from Mike Carreri, and he is a licensed builder in Ohio, and I've worked with him for, he's also an in-law to me, and I've worked for Mike Carreri for approximately about 2 years or so.
What type of projects did y'all do?
So he did all renovations and add-ons, and he also built one house of his own that I was a part of at the time that I was working with him. So he did pretty much all bathroom, kitchen renovations, full basement renovations, and we also did waterproofing, concrete. He pretty much did it all.
Okay. So you've been at this for 20 years in the construction business
Yes, sir.
industry.
Yes, sir.
So with everything you described, you kind of touched on a little bit of everything, but not like the whole experience of building a house. But you've touched on a lot of different things, that's for sure.
Yes, sir.
I would have liked to seen him have a specialty license prior to making applications for a builder's license. How old a man are you now?
37 years old, sir.
37?
Yes, sir.
So you're ready to continue your career now?
If you give me the permission, sir, I definitely would be happy to.
Well, I don't like to make a motion based on not having the hands-on experience under a builder or somebody signing off on you, but I think you have the ability to do it. So I'm going to make a motion we allow you to sit for the exam.
I will a little reluctantly second.
All right, I have a motion second. Is there further discussion? All right, hearing none. I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
So it is a, you approval? Yep, okay. All right, so it carries, so you will receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam.
Thank you all so much.
Good luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you all so much.
Ethan Satterfield. Good morning, sir. Good. Mr. Satterfield, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, licensed Mr. Satterfield could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit or W-2 1099 information provided.
Hold on just 1 second. All right, sir, if you want to explain the affidavit and 1099 and your work experience.
Working as a trim carpenter since 2020. Custom homes for builders is a subcontract.
Pull that microphone close to you. There's no reason to be nervous about any of this. You're talking to a bunch of builders up here, so.
But we do custom homes, trim, a lot of other stuff as well, like deck building. We recently built my brother's house. Well, we did everything except for pull the permits. We used one of our builder friends. Of course, I think template I gave you, and I also just did an addition in Cliffs Community in Falls South. One of my friends, I asked to get a little more experience, and he pulled some permits, and I managed the job all the way through. It was difficult, but
Who'd you work for at the Cliffs?
the builder,
Yeah.
so he was actually here last year. It's Holtzclaw AV.
Are you related to Joe
Who-
Satterfield?
I'm not.
So your experience from any ground-up work is the addition plus that, I guess, a barn dominium for your brother?
Yes, sir, and we did pretty much everything wood inside of the barn dominium. We framed it, trimmed it, floored it, built all the cabinets. Addition in Falls South, we actually had to make the siding because it doesn't exist anymore. We also did flooring, interior TNG and nickel gap, some siding as well. Sorry.
As far as that foundation went, was it a difficult lot or just an ordinary?
The foundation in Falls South,
Yeah, for the addition?
it was flat.
Okay. Yeah, up on Kiowee there's some very difficult foundations.
Yeah, we rarely get a flat driveway when we're going to work.
So with everything you described so far, tell me about any experience in the mechanicals.
I have very little experience in the mechanical side of it. I have done a little bit of work for my friend that I mentioned earlier, Holtzclaw AV, when he needs help. I pre-wired a house with him for AV, so low voltage. Also, I plumbed that addition that is in the pamphlet, but that was just a sink, so.
All right, what kind of houses do you do the trim on?
Typically 4,500 to 6,000 square foot houses on QE. One in the pamphlet with the beams and the stairs, that one is on the north end of QE. Yes, sir.
Did y'all also do the beam work?
Yes, sir. We built them from just plain 1x12 white pine.
I'm going to make a motion, we let them sit for the exam.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? With all those, motion second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marcel Pagan Diaz. Morning, sir. Mr. Diaz, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, an electrical license for Mr. Pagan Diaz cannot be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories.
I'm trying to transfer my license. I'm from Boston, and I'm trying to move here. I've been doing electrical for 8 years. I did solar for 6 years, and then the remaining years, I have my own business. So I'm building my business on residential, and then I've been in the same company for 6 years. So the person who wrote for the application that I provided you guys, what's my 9 to 5, but I do electrical on the side for my own license because I have my license back home. I've been building my business for 3 years. I work for a construction, contractor. I have a notarized letter here I could provide for you guys. And I have work that I pull permits doing service upgrade, outlets at the house. I renew a whole house from ground up doing electrical.
All right, let's just back up real quick. So you hold a license in Massachusetts.
I do, sir.
What does that license exactly let you do?
It's a journeyman electrical.
Okay. How long have you held that journeyman?
Been having it for 2.5, going to 3 years now.
And that, to get the journeyman's, you've already been through multiple classes, multiple tests.
Yes, I did my 4-year apprenticeship, and then I had to do 2 years of my education.
And you've held that journeyman's license for how long now, or the Massachusetts license for how long?
Or about to be 3 years now.
And what type of work have you doing with that?
Electrical houses, recess lights, service upgrade, ranges, dryers, stoves, everything. From new construction to old work to new work.
Okay.
Do you have a crew of people that works with you?
So I could only work with one apprentice because that's what my license provide only. I could only have one person under me.
So it looks like you recently completed the master electrical program. Is that correct?
Repeat that again?
Master electrical program with the Peterson School?
Yes, that was for my master's because I just finished my master's. I finished all my classes, so now I'm waiting to take the exam for my master's. That's my next step. I already set a scheduled date for my test also, for my master's.
Give us a general idea of what, if you were given a set of plans, what would you do with those plans to complete electrical in a home?
I'll provide like the diagram.
Yes.
Everything, when I get a diagram, everything's already provided. Everything is already.
So what if you were not given exactly what needs to go in that house? Do you know how to do that?
Yeah, by code. Recess lights, outlets, ranges got to be in a separate circuit, especially ranges. The kitchen outlets got to be in a different range. Just everything.
How many electrical panels have you wired?
More than 6.
Do you have any other paperwork you were trying to submit to us, or you?
Yeah, I have some permits.
In here, in a packet, you have a information pertaining to master electrician, and it refers to Samuel John Pillsbury. Who is that?
That's my master for the company I work for.
He would not fill out an affidavit for you.
No, he wouldn't.
How did you get his paper? If he wouldn't fill out an affidavit, but he gave,
I work for that company still.
public document, so I guess could be. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, you said you had a journeyman's license in what state again?
Massachusetts.
All right, what was the process it took for you to get that?
I had it to do 4 years of experience on the field and then 2 years of schooling.
Anybody have to sign off for you to, was there an exam?
Oh yeah, there was an exam. I had to take 2 exams. I needed to take a 70 question code book, and then I had to take a 30 question on the like laws, ohms, sine waves, all that stuff.
Anybody have to sign off for you to take that you had the experience to take it?
Yeah, I had it to. It should be in the documents I sent through. It should say all my complete hours and stuff.
So it looks like the journeyman electrician, he had to do 300 hours. The master, he had to do
150.
additional 150 hours. And he has not yet taken that test to do the master. I'm going to be honest, I think he's had the experience just because all the boxes are not checked. That's why he's before us. I'm going to make a recommendation, we allow him to stand for the exam and allow the test to do its job.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and I agree with what you said. I think his education background plus his work experience is well qualified to sit for the exam. So, all right, we have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. Again, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam.
Thank you.
Good luck. Next up is Tricia Morrill. Good morning. Ms. Morrill, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
You solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commissioner, a builder's license for Ms. Morrell could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories.
All right, so I'm looking at your experience affidavit that was signed. And we get this quite often where especially the production builders just put project management. And that's what they did for you. So it doesn't explain anything outside of management. The mechanic, all the other things. So that is the reason that you're here today.
I was curious for about 11 years now with different builders, SK Builders, DR Horton. I was with them for 7 or 8 years, however long I was with them. Crescent Builders and Stanley Martin very briefly.
Okay, yeah, and again, I think people that fill this out check project management and think that encompasses everything. And maybe it does, but it doesn't give the experience level of a hands-on that, do you know how to frame a house? Do you know how to plumb a house? Those different aspects of it, so.
Yeah, I've done a lot of that, especially if the trades can't make it back there to do little things that need to be fixed for inspectors or for homeowners. I will just take it upon myself and I've fixed them myself. And I've done a couple of remodels myself as well. My own house, I've moved walls, obviously not load bearing, and redid the whole wall, redid wiring in my house and other houses as well.
How long do you say you've been doing this? 11 years?
11 years, yes, sir.
How many houses, just approximate, have you been a part of?
Hundreds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, we've had this over and over and over. So I know you've been around D.R. Horton for umpteen years, according to your W-2s. They put you through the ropes.
Oh, man.
I know.
It's tough there. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, really.
Okay. I'll make a motion to allow you to sit for the exam.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, ma'am. Like the others, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam, and good luck.
Now, before you go, I need to ask one more question. You're making good money with D.R. Horton. Why you want your own builder's license?
To make more money on my own.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Fordrick Staley. Good morning, sir.
Morning, how you?
Good. Mr. Staley, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please, sir.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
And a second, I don't see his file in front of me. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Staley cannot be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided and less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 of the categories.
All right, sir. If you want to explain those, I'm looking at your affidavit and see the categories that were left blank, and they're, like concrete reinforcement, masonry, electrical, HVAC, plumbing, those items. And then if you want to explain the W-2 and issue.
Can I pass these out for work history?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just give it to Ms. Firestone there.
We'll just give this back to him afterwards.
And I can go through each page and describe it to you. I will start at the first page. Hi, my name is Fordrick Staley. I have spent years working in construction industry, gaining hands-on experience in residential construction, remodeling, and home improvements, while working alongside licensed contractors. Throughout my career, I I have had the opportunity to work on a wide variety of projects, including complete home renovations, concrete installation, demolition, framing, flooring, and cabinetry and countertops, fencing, brick, and masonry, and land clearing, and general home repairs. These experiences have strengthened my skills and reinforced the importance of quality workmanship, safety, and professionalism, on every job. I take pride in my work and believe every project should be completed with attention to detail and commitment to exceeding expectations. My goal is to provide dependable construction services while building lasting relationships with my clients through honesty, reliability, and exceptional craftsmanship. As I continue to grow my construction business, I remain committed to learning, improving my skills, and upholding and standards except of a licensed residential builder. I look forward to serve homeowners and my community with quality construction services for years to come. Thank you for taking the time to review my portfolio and application. I sincerely appreciate your consideration, opportunity to demonstrate my experience, dedication, and commitment to the construction industry. I look forward to continuing to serve my community as a licensed residential builder. On the next page, these are some of the work that I have done: residential construction, home remodeling, new construction support, project coordination, framing, concrete, brickwork, fencing, land clearing, demolition, flooring, cabinet installation, countertops, drywall, painting, trim and finishing, carpentry, professional skills, job site safety, blueprint, interpretation, quality workmanship, customer service, attention to detail. On the third page is a certificate of occupancy on my personal house at 3132 Estate Road, Moncks Corner. These are the certificates you get after your home is finished being built and you pass all the inspections. Then the next page is a picture of my personal house, the front of it. And then the next one is a picture of the back of my backyard that I built. I was my own contractor on this house, so I built this house myself. And then the next picture is another page of my backyard that I built.
Excuse me, could I interrupt you just a second before you go any further? Back to your picture of your personal house.
Yes, sir.
Is the whole front yard concrete?
Not, just about.
What was the purpose of all the concrete? I'm just curious.
It's a lot of grass on the outside of it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, and then the next page is, so what I do is I build houses and then I sell them. But the next page is my real estate agent is Ms. Connie White. She wrote a letter stating, "To whom it may concern, it is my pleasure to provide this letter of recommendation for Cordrick Staley in support of his application for South Carolina General's contractor license. I have had the privilege of working with Cordrick Staley both professionally and personally since 2020. Throughout that time, I have come to know him as an individual of exceptional integrity, professionalism, and outstanding craftsmanship. His knowledge of residential construction building standards and permitting process is evidence in every project he undertakes. As Cordrick real estate broker, I have had the opportunity to represent several homes that he has assisted with building and successfully sold, including addresses are 112 White Gum Drive, Goose Creek, 113 South Sung Lane, Goose Creek, and 905 Wild Game Road, Somerville. Each of these homes were completed with exceptional attention to detail and in full compliance with building code standards, rules, and regulation. Quadric consistently demonstrated an commitment to quality construction and professionalism throughout each project. I am especially impressed by his ability to manage the construction process from start to finish. Each of these homes successfully passed the required county inspections and was issued a certificate of occupancy without delay. Every home passed its final county inspection on the first inspection, reflecting the quality of workmanship, preparation, and adherence to code requirements. It has been a pleasure working alongside Quadric over the past years. He is dependable, honestly organized, and take tremendously pride in delivering a quality product. I have every confidence that he possesses the experience, knowledge, and professional character necessary to be an excellent licensed general contractor. I offer my highest recommendations in support of his application. Should you have any questions or require additional information, the next page is another certificate of occupancy on 112 White Gum Drive. It's a house that I built working under Mr. Scott, but I am the owner of the house.
So is that your profession, is to buy properties?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's where you're making your money right now?
I buy them and
That's your profession?
yes, ma'am. I put houses on them. I build new construction homes on them, like the one you see here on this next page, and then I sell them. So I build these houses from ground up. I'm there.
Mr. Scott pulled the permits on all of these, right?
Yes, sir.
So you don't have a license to pull a permit?
No, sir. That's what I'm here for now. So I can have the opportunity to get my own license.
Now, you did your own as an owner-builder, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, I did my own as an owner builder. The only reason why I don't do these ones in Berkeley County, because you have to keep them 2 years.
You're not allowed to.
Right,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yep.
Okay.
So when you say you're on these projects every day, hands-on,
Oh, every day. Yes, sir.
And-
From,
full-time job, this is what you do?
yes, sir. As you can see on all the certificates, I'm the owner on all of them. Mr. Scott is just the contractor, but I'm there 90% of the time. I run all the material there. Everything get taken there by me.
So have you learned most of your experience from Mr. Scott? Working with him? I don't
Yes, sir.
say under him, working with him
Yes, sir,
on
most
these
of it.
projects?
Yes, sir.
And I assume he trusts you to manage these projects for him because his name's on the permit?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And then as you go to the next page, you can see the two houses there. I built both of those houses. Like I bought that property, subdivided, and then built houses on it and sell them.
All right, and the ones that you just mentioned, that's the houses Mr. Scott pulls the permits on?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you pay him a fee to pull the permits?
No, sir.
He just does it for fun?
Yeah, I don't pay him anything. He's helping me out, and got me this far to where I'm going to try to.
Don't go too far. That's called license lending.
Okay.
And paid him, hadn't done it yet.
All right, but where is, just for me, where's the gray area stop of owner, builder, purchase, builder have to keep for the under law amount of time and the sale? Just for me,
Well,
not for him, for
I know,
me.
but as long as a builder pulls the permit,
That doesn't apply?
doesn't count, because he can build 5 houses under the builder owner pulling.
Oh, if they pull it as the owner builder.
So it can be in his name, he can buy, sell, trade all day long.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
I mean, we've had people come here before and do exactly what he's doing as an investor.
Well,
Got his experience under a builder.
He's going to do
by
it one
building
way or another.
projects. But I think he's got this many homes under his belt that the experience is is there.
So your intention, you want to do them for yourself and other people, or?
Yes, sir.
You're just going to build them to sell anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to let the exam take care of the knowledge, and I'm going to make a motion, we'll let you sit for the exam.
I'll second that with
I
a
have
little
a-
bit of reservation.
Have a motion second. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll get your opportunity to sit for the exam. You'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank you, I appreciate it. If I can have them back, if not,
Yes, sir.
okay, yeah, I'll take them back.
Next up is Cooper Phillips.
Yeah, that's right.
Good morning, Mr. Phillips. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir, if you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a plumbing license for Mr. Phillips could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain the affidavit to us so we can determine whether you sit for the exam.
Sir, my previous employer was Mia's Master Plumbing. I was with him for a little over a year just to get some more hands-on experience, but ultimately I ended up having to leave him because just unprofessional and some pay. So he went and signed my affidavit, and now I'm on to commercial. I feel pretty comfortable with residential. And I'm seeking my residential plumbing license just for small jobs, small side jobs, service work pretty much.
All right, so tell us about your educational background. I see some certificates here.
I started, when I was in high school, I had the opportunity to go to a half day of high school and then a half day of trade school. And I did the plumbing class for 3 years straight. When I was in high school, I was working with a older plumber who taught me, that gave me a lot of hands-on experience with customers and just real-life experience. Then I left for the military. I was out for 2 years where I learned how to heavy equipment operate, which ties into plumbing with trenching and stuff like that. Got out in 2023, and I tried HVAC for a little bit. I knew I didn't like that, so I went back to plumbing. I worked with professional plumbing for about a year in Seattle area, and that's when I gained a lot of confidence in most residential jobs. And then I moved to South Carolina about a year ago. I worked with another company for a short amount of time, but ended up having to leave. And I went to Master Plumbing, where where we did everything from new construction, service work, trim work, underground. You name it, I have experience doing it. And to start doing some things for myself and build my own little thing. Oh, and now I'm currently doing commercial work. So
with Master Builders or another company?
Another company.
So, in your work experience, have you plumbed, roughed in a house from start to finish?
Yes, sir. I've been on multiple jobs.
Okay. And that's slab and crawl space, or just mainly slab?
Both.
Okay.
I'd also like to state I have my journeyman license, which actually requires 2 years of proven experience. And I know the residential license only requires 1. So, yes.
So you got your journeyman's in Pennsylvania?
No, I got it here in South
Here in
Carolina.
South Carolina?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
He's done a lot
Allow Mr.
at a
Phillips to
young
stand for the
age.
exam.
Yeah,
He's got the experience necessary.
yeah. It looks like he needs to get back to work today, too.
Apologize for my appearance.
I don't know if I second, I'll second it.
Second discussion, if any.
Are you, it says Army was 2021, I believe, to present. Are you in reserves or what?
I'm currently in the reserves, and my unit is in Charleston area.
Thank you. I hope you felt honored over the weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam, and good luck.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Gropner.
Morning.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Gropner, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Sir.
Let's get you sworn in then.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Gropner could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 categories.
All right, so I think you sat through the last one that had project management and estimating plan readings. The only thing is checked off, so I typically feel like whoever signed it thinks that project management encompassed everything.
Yes,
But,
sir.
Let you give us some background on your experience.
Yes, sir. So I started off at the Citadel. I studied construction engineering. I commissioned through the Citadel as well. Funny thing, I'm actually Cooper Phillips' lieutenant. It's pretty cool seeing him here. Yeah, throughout the Citadel, you're put through many programs, through every trade. Cool part of the program was we went through a Habitat for Humanity house. Every Thursday, it was part of our lab. We spent half the day working on those homes. Straight out of college, I went to commercial work. I worked at a company called TIC out of Savannah. I was on several projects through them. We built a marina. I was on the Savannah ports, and I was on a job in Charleston, which silt suspension fuel line, which I learned to weld there as well. The cool part about that job was I was a field engineer, which just an overpaid labor. So I was in the mud. I was doing everything there. Following that, I went residential side and really enjoyed it. Right now, I'm an estimator, so I get to see the project from start to finish. I establish the budget, and I manage it in the field, and then I get to see project closeout as well. Most of the time when I'm in the field for that job is on renovation work. I'm working with the trades to establish their quote, and for like HVAC, we're seeing where we can move their ductwork, where we could fit stuff. Same thing with plumbing, everything along those lines. On my resume, you can see through the military, I was an engineer officer. I'm still in. I'm an engineer officer. I went through Sapper Leader Course, so I can talk to anyone, really. Communication skills are one of my best skills. But my biggest, from what I picked on throughout these meetings earlier, is you guys really care about hands-on. Through TIC is where I got most of my hands-on experience. I was framing boardwalks, driving pile, pouring concrete. I was a field engineer, so I was labor, but I also had a lot of responsibility. So I worked with AutoCAD. I designed a handrail with Ipe, which is that Brazilian hardwood, which if you guys know, you got to treat it like metal. So we had to get that sent to CNC millwork company, and they drilled it for us, and I designed the handrail for that. Now, I'm really proud of that. So I've done a lot of work with construction. Do you guys have any questions?
Just a quick question. With your current employer, which is H2 Builders, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's been since, so 2 years roughly with them?
Yes, sir, just over 2 years now.
How many projects from ground up are you a part of or have been a part of?
I would say at least 15, but these homes are all, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 square foot. They're huge.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
What type of project were you
Yeah, so
on?
they're 16 to 18 month builds. They're massive.
Where do y'all typically work the most at?
Meadow Bluff.
Okay. Very familiar with Palmetto Bluff.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Didn't let them sit for the exam.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, Palmetto Bluff is something else.
Yes, sir.
All right, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam, and good luck.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. Mason Chapman. Morning, Mr. Chapman.
Good morning.
Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission of Builders, licensed Mr. Chapman could not be approved at staff level. The W-2 1099 he provided does not match the company name listed on his experience affidavit, and he has not held his North Carolina license for a year yet, so we could not approve it at staff level.
Okay, so I think this will be real quick. What's the deal with the W-2 not matching? Is that just how the companies are set up?
I'm familiar with what wasn't matching on the W-2. Voice Factory Direct for the last almost 3 years before moving on.
All right, while she looks
Finn
at-
was the contractor or the VP of operations. He was the one I was trying to get my work affidavit signed off from, as he's the one that held the license for North and South Carolina.
Okay.
They wouldn't sign off on it, obviously. Once I left that company, there was no communication from them once I had left. They still owe me about $30,000 of funds from the sales and money I had brought to their business. So we filed through the NCDOL for that wages to be brought back to me, but we're still under investigation for Joyce Factory Direct to get those wages back. So they're on non-communication.
I would say so. So you obtained your North Carolina license,
Sir.
and you've held for part of a year, but not a full year yet.
Almost a full year.
Okay.
Yeah. And the big reason for the push on the South Carolina side, we are looking at other lead aggregates to generate more volume of work for the South Carolina side. We do full construction in North Carolina as far as renovation sides, handles bathroom renovations, sunrooms, decking, windows, flooring, pretty much anything that makes money sense to do, we can take on. We have a crew of about 8 different teams that specialize in all types of home renovation. I grew up through about 19 onward up to my 30s, did all forms of construction, started on foundations, worked through framing, did windows, got to my 30s. Last thing I did was framing up in Pittsburgh in one hot summer, and I realized that I didn't want to do it for 30 more years. So got into sales with Joyce Factory Direct, did a lot of project management for them, brought them about $5 million worth of business, and at that point I realized if I can build the thing and I can sell it, then why am I doing it for anyone else? So I went and got my North Carolina license and looking to continue that through South Carolina and Tennessee.
All right, the prerequisite on the North Carolina license, isn't it 2 years under a builder?
There wasn't any prerequisite that I'm familiar with other than the W-2 I provided for that. It might have been 2 years. I did provide that experience at that time, but with South Carolina, they needed the work affidavit, which is the only thing stopping me.
Okay.
North Carolina does not have an experience requirement.
attach some of the permit stuff just of recent projects we're doing in North Carolina. A little over a 100-year-old home where the old exterior wall where they have expanded off to a kitchen and a laundry room had some severe water damage that led to some severe termite damage over that 100-year time. So we've had to get a structural engineer out to essentially rebuild that whole exterior side of that wall from the floor joists up. So show some of the work that we do complete.
And I don't doubt your experience at all. The only reason we're here is because you're licensed in North Carolina, you haven't held it for a year. Otherwise, you would, you
And I
would
can't
have
get-
this license.
And the work affidavit, because
Yeah.
they won't sign off on it. Correct.
So we're here basically to say if he has to stand for the exam again. Is that correct?
That's all I want to do is be able to take the exam.
He would
Yes,
have
ma'am.
to move forward from now unless he wants to wait the full year and then he could get it through
Reciprocity.
reciprocity.
Legal portion.
Anyway,
Yeah, don't doubt your experience. Don't have any problem with that. I make a motion we allow you to sit for the exam in the state of South Carolina.
Thank you, sir.
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail, and good luck.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Ethan Warner. Morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
Good. Mr. Warner, you know you had right to be represented by counsel, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, a plumbing license from Mr. Warner could not be approved at staff level. There was less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 of the categories.
All right, sir. I'm just looking it over, and it's got like estimating, bidding, 0, drain, waste, zeros, and gas piping, 0. Everything else has been checked off as having experience in. So if you want to give us some background on your work experience.
Yes, sir. I worked for Mathis Plumbing from February of 2024 to July 2025. In that time, did everything that a service plumber could do: repipes, redrains, water heaters, any kind of fixture, leak locate. I don't have any experience with gas. Although the company did hold their mechanical contractor license, they did not do any work like that. But since I'm pursuing a residential license, I don't think that I would be allowed to do gas anyways.
Well, once you take the exam, it's on the exam. So once you take the plumbing exam for residential, then you're able to do gas piping.
I
But
was unaware of that.
Yeah, it is on the exam. So no big deal. It's easy to learn.
Yes, sir. So after I left the company in July of 2025, I went to work for my brother. He owns our family's third generation well pump repair business. And after that, I've basically had no contact with Mathis Plumbing. I've reached out to the manager multiple times. He's the license holder for the business. And he has declined to fill out the affidavit for me. I don't know if he holds any resentment that I left the company. But his biggest issue is that the company does not have records of how many jobs that a technician or a helper has completed. So he did not want to falsify information and fill out the residential affidavit for me at the risk of him disciplinary actions, since they don't keep those records.
Understood. So you start, how long did you say, that just over a year with Mathis?
Yes, sir. 2,700 some change hours.
Okay. During, you get into any new construction or?
Not with Mathis. Since I left them, I'm only working part-time with my brother's company, and I've worked with 2 other plumbers to rough in whole houses.
So you've roughed in a number of
Yes, sir.
houses, under slab, crawl space?
Yes,
Okay. Feel confident you do it by yourself?
incredibly.
Well, I got to say, I've never seen a affidavit filled out quite like yours is, where most everything it says is difficult to determine how long you did stuff, and then it says that you are mainly a helper, I believe, a service plumbing helper for the majority of time while employed.
Yes, sir, that's what the affidavit says. When I began in February of 2024, well, my dad was a contractor, and I've been flipping houses with him forcibly since I was about 12 years old. So I entered Mathis with no formal plumbing experience, but I knew just about everything else. When I began in February of 24, it was only July of 2024 when I started taking on-call by myself. They had no one to fill the July 4th holiday weekend, so I took that call, and that's when I started running the truck for the company. December of 2024, I received a lateral promotion, and I was promoted over 2 other helper technicians. And for the calendar year of 2025, January to July, I did almost $200,000 in sales and work for the company. That was just me running my truck 2 to 3 days a week when I was not helping other technicians with larger jobs.
I know the affidavit's not filled out, but between the pictures, his testimony, and the W-2s, I'm going to recommend we allow Mr. Warner to stand for the exam.
Second.
I have a motion second. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. You'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam.
Thank you.
Good luck. Next up is Kenneth Griffin. Morning, sir. Good. Mr. Griffin, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that. Let's get your morning, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Griffin could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit or W-2 1099 information provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that to us and your work experience.
So started out about the time I was 12, started going on jobs with my dad. We have a generation flooring company in Lancaster, doing new constructions, all things flooring, commercial, residential. Went to USCL, got a 4-year degree there. In that time, I bought my first house from my parents. House I grew up in as a child, really rough house that required a tremendous amount of work. We gutted it completely, moved several things plumbing-wise. I was finishing up college. My wife still had a year in college, so we were on a pretty fixed budget, so we had to do a ton of the work ourselves. My company and my grandfather holds a interior renovations license, so we were able to do all that under his license. Yeah, we basically replaced the whole floor, did some seal work, all new showers, leveled the floor. It's a 1970s home. Later, before we sold the home, we built a 8 by 20 screened-in porch. There, he and I have flipped 3 homes. 2 of the homes we did, we added a carport and did some pretty extensive outside work. Both of the homes were, all 3 of the homes were very rundown, so very extensive work. We had to redo some floating slabs on porches. And we did, I work with contractors day in, day out. I manage our business now, so have plenty of guys. We had to have one of our contractors help us out with permitting and direction a little bit on 3 of the flips. And we have built one house alongside of a contractor as an investor and partner. We did all the floors, of course, some of the grading, the landscaping, helped out with the trim. And that was kind of the first one that came out of the ground where I was, I got a pretty good front row seat on the procedures of building. And lastly, most currently, as an owner builder, I built my personal home. It's 4,400 square feet under roof, crawl space, capsulated crawl space. We did all the trim, all the floors, good bit of the framing, changed some things on porches, of course, from the way it was drawn. Did the grading, did the whole thing, and then when that was done, I built a garage, a detached garage on the side where we did the framing. I actually had to move my water line because we weren't planning on putting the building there previously, so I dug the water line, moved it, footers, the whole nine. I could probably tell you, if you asked me a question, I could tell you a little more in depth.
Yeah, I was just looking through the pictures of the owner-builder house.
Airport pictures.
It's-
The whole time, I wanted to take more pictures, and I took like some at the start, and then the house was done, and had a couple pictures.
It's a nice house.
Thank you.
It's a pretty large garage you put on the side of it.
Yes, sir.
So you managed and worked on that one from start to finish,
Every single day.
and you stayed in the middle of that.
Ground was the same week we had our second born child. It's complete. I have no idea. I have a great wife, we'll say that. Very patient.
And again, I'm going to make the statement, I've always liked to see a young fella come along wanting to start in the building business and doing it the right way. You built your own house to start with, so you know all the ins and outs that's going to happen. Mostly, you hire subcontractors, but in your case, you did a lot of it yourself. I'm going to make a motion, you sit for the exam.
I'll second.
A motion, second, and discussion. And the other aspect of it, I mean, he's been in the construction industry for a long time.
Long time.
And it's flooring.
There is a letter from an inspector, so, inspection department in Lancaster County, so.
It's not like you're not in the industry. I mean,
Yes, sir.
you're in it
day.
every day.
Yeah. In our business, I'm mainly commercial. I handle all of our commercial. We do all of Founders, Federal Credit Union's work, Nutramax, Perception Builders, and I handle our main residential contractors as well.
All right, so I have a motion, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail from us.
Thank you
Release
so
it for
much.
exam.
God bless.
Yep, good luck. Daniel Belfield. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Belfield, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Sir.
Let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Mr. Belfield's specialty registration was administratively suspended for noncompliance with his consent agreement. Mr. Belfield has requested to appear before the commission to seek lifting of the suspension and reinstatement of his registration to active status.
All right, sir, if I remember correct, this is based off judgments?
A judgment, yes, sir.
Yeah. So tell us what's going on. It's obviously for not being satisfied.
Well, the initial judgment was baseless in the first place, and it just happened at a bad time. My wife was dealing with breast cancer, so we were out of town for 3 months when it was filed. The judgment said we were going to go to mediation. I had all the proof to show that it was a baseless judgment. And while we were out of town getting her chemotherapy, the attorney filed to have the judge go ahead and rule on it, which I didn't even know you could do. I thought we'd go to mediation and I'd present my evidence, which some of it you have, which probably doesn't even matter at this point. So we ended up making an agreement here with LLR to pay back this judgment, which kills me every day to do since I know it's false. And then in the last 6 months, business has just been really slow. So I contacted the plaintiff, asked the plaintiff if we could delay the payment, which they agreed to, and we did that for a couple of months. Then my license was suspended again for the second time over this same judgment. Contacted the plaintiff again. The plaintiff said she was fine with as much time as we needed to get business back up. As you know, condo business and everything else in Myrtle Beach has been terrible. And then my father just had a massive stroke 3 months ago, and I've been out of town dealing with that in Crisfield, Maryland. I did reach out to Miss Baumgardner and let her know about it, and also to the plaintiff, and sent them pictures and said, I'm dealing with my dad, and can we have more time? And as my understanding was, she said there's no problem with additional time. And after my dad died a week and a half ago, I got back home, or 2 weeks ago, got back home to find yet my license was suspended again because of this agreement. So it's cost me a ton of business over the last year, ever since this began. My license has been suspended 3 times over this same judgment. My understanding was that the person expecting the money for this judgment agreed that I could have more time, and then all of a sudden my license was suspended again. And all of this was initiated by me, which has been the worst part about the whole thing. I've had my license for quite a while. I went to renew my license like I always do, and I checked a box saying that I had a judgment, which killed me that I had a judgment in the first place. But I checked that box like I'm supposed to do, and that's when my license got suspended. At this point, since our business started in 2015, I don't think I've had a single complaint ever filed against me. I don't think I've had a single issue with a client. But this has now cost me well over $300,000 for a $14,000 judgment.
All right, how much do you owe each month on this? How much?
The original agreement, which I don't even know who came up with the amount to pay on it, was $200 a month, which I paid, I think, for about a year. By Venmo, so there's a record of it. And then somehow that was graduating to, I think, $500. And the timing of it graduating to $500 was right at the winter, this beginning of this winter, which is obviously, with the economy and with the war and everything else, has just been a slow time. And then honestly, it probably would have been fine. Spring's usually a good time for me, but I've been taking care of my father and out of the state.
And the original judgment was for $14,500, and you've paid on that about a year or 2 years now? A year.
Sir, I'd have to look back. At least a year.
Most of that year was at $200
Yes, sir.
rather than at $500.
Yes, sir. If you're reading the information that I gave you, again, this has already been ruled on. Already did a Zoom call with the judge when this ended, and the judge looked at the evidence and said, I'm so sorry, I've already ruled on this. This was just a hearing to decide the damages and court costs and everything else, and the judge said he refused to award them damages and court costs because he could see that there was evidence showing that I was permitted to cash the second check and that it was used towards the work. But at that point in time, my time was already up to even file back against it because we were taking care of my wife at the time. It's just bad timing. And also a very smart attorney that knew I was out of town.
Just help me so I can it'll be faster if you just tell me. What kind of business is it?
We do remodels, and we do a ton of it in high rises, which I have to have my
At
license.
the beach?
Yes, sir.
And you have your specialty?
Specialty,
In-
drywall, painting, carpentry.
Okay.
We've done as many as 72 units in one high rise, but as you know, the first thing you have to deal with is having your license, insurance, and bond, which I've kept up the entire time, even as my license continues to get suspended. But it prevents me from getting in to do additional work, which prevents me from making these payments.
Mr. Chairman, just so I can get this straight, if it was suspended once, why is it suspended 3 times?
Non-compliance.
So is the...
He would
se-
make a payment, and we would lift the suspension, and then she'd notify us that he hadn't made payments, and
So
we'd
it
suspend
goes-
him again, and it just keeps going round and round like that.
But she agreed to give me additional time, and there was no time limit that was done on that. And her last email was, please take the additional time, and I hope things go good with your dad. And by the time I got back and my dad had passed, I was suspended again, without anybody calling, without anybody saying, hey, you've got 30 more days to get this next payment in.
The problem is we gave you a directions on how to get this solved, and then we have to keep going back and dealing with this. And again, don't deal with it anymore. Either comply or don't have a license.
I want to comply.
Okay.
Unfortunately, for the last 6 months, I just couldn't. I
If you
did,
were
but-
compliant, we wouldn't be here today. It's not up to us, it's up to you.
Yes, sir.
You've got to continue this, you've got to pay the bills. You can't just start skipping and then blame it on your father dying, blame it on this, blame it on the weather, or blame it on whatever. You've got to make the payments,
So
or
I
else
have-
we're going to suspend it.
I have a question. Has Mr. Fensett been paid off?
That was a fence that had nothing to do with my work, but yes, ma'am.
But there was a consent agreement.
Initially, but it was, I paid that off right away.
Yeah, I'm just verifying that it's
Yes,
been
ma'am.
paid off.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, during this time that you were not paying the $200, were your other bills in arrears, or were you paying those? Were you making your house payment? Were you making your car payment?
My wife works, so she's been making the payments while I've been out of town in Maryland taking care of my dad. There really was only 2 months where the payments weren't made, and by the time we spoke to the plaintiff about this, or whoever her contact is, then she agreed that it had already been suspended. And then she agreed to the additional time, so Ms. Baumgartner sent me Baumberger sent me a letter that they reinstated my license. And then, like I said, when I got back from taking care of my dad's death, I got a letter saying it had been
So
suspended again.
do you have proof of her agreeing to the delay?
They have the email.
The emails are in the paperwork, and we did give him the extended time. And then she emailed and said that he hasn't made a payment in 30 days. At this point, I think he's just stringing me along, and that was
I
in
see it right
May.
here.
And the last payment she received was in August of 2025.
So there haven't been any payments since 11 months ago. Is that true?
Don't know. I'd have to go back and look at Venmo and when the last payment was made, but I've been in contact with this office the entire time. I've initiated the contact. I did not get an email saying that anything about being strung along 30
All right,
days.
just again, just for me, when was your wife's treatments? What year?
23, I believe, when this started.
Okay, and your father, and I feel for you because my mother-in-law died on the 23rd. So when did he have a stroke?
About a month and a half ago. Well, he had an initial stroke, was in the hospital for 2 months, and then had a massive stroke at 6 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, and then never recovered from that. So I had to take him to hospice and put him in hospice while he died for 11 days.
Yeah, we had to do that too. And again, I'd feel for you. But from August of '25 until a month and a half ago, our administrator has record of no payments, correct?
According to Ms. Benson, yes.
I'd have to verify that with
I
Venmo
don't see
payments.
what our options
Shot
are.
of a payment on December 4th, 2025, but it doesn't show the amount. It shows a debit, but it doesn't show the amount in that paperwork.
It was for a past due payment.
That's what I was trying to verify what that was for.
Just trying to help you, but is there no way you can catch them up to whoever this lady is? Like get ahead on the payments?
Just got back a week and a half ago, and I'd love to. I'd love to get caught up quick. I'd love to put this whole thing behind me. I'm very upset that I have to pay it in the first place because it was baseless. But yes, sir, I would love to, but I don't go to work if my license is suspended, and I can't get into buildings if my license is suspended. So if if anybody would give me 5 months, 4 months, I mean, the difficult part is at Myrtle Beach right now, I can't do anything in condos because occupancy is 100%. So this is just not a good time. It's terrible timing. And my dad, having to be sick at the time he was, just killed it. It's not out of negligence, and I'm not trying to not pay it.
All right, just one more, and this is going to be it for me. I understand now is 100% occupancy. What about in the off-season? Let's say September through the end of the year. Was there not money made during those months where the payments could have been kept current or you could have gotten ahead?
This was our slowest year since 2015. So it was a difficult year, period. Things are starting to pick back up, and I'm trying to push stuff off at this point. So I do see the light at the end of the tunnel. But honestly, sir, I can't tell you. It's between the economy and everything else. But I'll do every single thing I can to get her caught up. And it was my understanding that the actual plaintiff was fine with it. So I don't know who's been contacting or sending out emails.
So your main business is working in condos? Is that what I'm hearing? That's why you're not working, because everything's 100%?
I would say that's the majority of our business. We'll get 4 or 5 at a time, sometimes inside of buildings from ownership groups or from the general manager to go in and deal with mold damage, deal with remodels, trying to get buildings back up to, looking like they were actually done in 2026 instead of 1987. My wife does all the designing, all the color choices, everything else, and then we go in and do all the work. And it's just been slow.
Well, in Horry County, if you're a tree in Horry County, your life's in danger because you're going to be dug up and something's going to be built there. Have you not thought about changing your business model to keep working?
I've had a great business model. Until this year, we've had a great business model. Insurance prices, HOA prices, everything that has to do with condos and condo sales are down tremendously. It's taken 6 months right now for one condo to get 1.5 views on a sale. So people aren't motivated to make changes to them. It's just been a strange year.
Yeah,
but I'd be happy if we could make any kind of presentation to the plaintiff to come up with an agreement to start this. I mean, I'd love to say to start it at the end of September when everything stops at the beach and starts getting busy again. But if we have to, then I'll go find something else to do that doesn't have to do with this license to be able to pay it so that I can keep my business. Again, I've never, ever had a problem, never had a complaint, never had an issue, and have done everything according to this board forever.
Maybe you answered this, but for my benefit, you have a judgment here from a Mr. Fence.
Mr. Fence It, that was a fence. Yeah, that was actually, it was
that
a
was someone
fence.
else. That was another person.
It was a fence that was done for somebody else that, yeah, but we took care of that right away as soon as we found out that that was on there. Had nothing to do with my company.
Trying to figure out how you put sheetrock on a fence.
No, sir.
All right, I mean, I don't want to put you out of work by any means, but I don't want to deal with this again. This is the last time of dealing with this. You're either satisfied, but if it keeps coming back up here, we don't need it.
I agree. I don't need it.
I think part of the problem is you have said repeatedly that this judgment is not any good for you. I mean, you don't believe it should ever happened. And I think that puts it on the back burner, and it's easily like, I'm not going to pay it. But we have to deal with this. We as a commission have to deal with this, and it's been repeatedly dealing with it. At some point, you got to either take care of it or just screw it, I'm not going to pay it.
Well, I want to keep my business. I've got a 9-year-old and I'm 60, so I've got to keep working. So I want to keep that going. So I'm going to find a way to make it paid. I just don't know if we can restructure it or what we can do on that original agreement that would help make sure the payments are at least being done.
I think it's just my opinion. I think you got the deal of the year at $200 a month.
I agree.
I mean, I don't know if I'd be willing to go. Well, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't be in this situation. But I don't think I would go and say, can we restructure the payment plan at $200 a month?
Well, they bumped it up to 500, so that's that, and even 500, I agree. When I was busy and when things were great, 500 is nothing. It's just been a strange year.
Mr. Chairman, I just need to know what we're supposed to do here. Is the decision to reinstate them or not reinstate them?
Yeah, it's to reinstate them or not, but there's also whether you put new conditions on this.
All right. I might not get any support on this, but I think it might be better for me if we go into executive session to
I'll second
discuss
that.
this matter. To receive legal advice.
Second.
A motion second for executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll have to clear this room, please.
Motion to come out of executive session after seeking legal advice.
Second.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Banfield,
Sir.
we didn't put you in this shape. You put yourself in this shape. Now you're here crying on our shoulder. Tell you what I'm going to do. And I've got unpersuaded a little bit because I wasn't going to renew you, period. But I'm going to make a motion that today, tomorrow, or next week, you make this lady, Ms. Benfield, a $2,000 payment. $2,000 one lump sum. After that, you've got to start making $500 a month every month. You have to send Ms. Baumgardner a receipt for that $500 every month. If you miss a month, your license is expended and you're gone, period. Don't come back. Period. That's going to be my motion.
Just a point of clarification on the motion. As far as reinstatement, would his reinstatement be contingent upon making the $2,000 payment first?
$2,000 payment.
So you're saying whenever that $2,000 payment is made, then his reinstatement begins then?
Then, yes.
Whether it's now or 2 months
Or 2
from
months from
now?
now, whenever it is.
It would be reinstated then, and then from that point, he has to pay $500 a month. I'll second that.
All right, have a motion second. Discussion. All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Rachel Holland. Ms. Holland, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right? Okay, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, ma'am. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, a builder's license for Ms. Holland could not be approved at staff level. The affidavit and explanation detail that she only oversaw all of the trades from a project management perspective.
All right, ma'am, if you want to explain your work experience so we can determine whether you sit for the exam.
Sure. So I've been in property management for 28 years, including construction, of course. When I first started out, well, first of all, my dad's a third-generation tool and die maker, and he didn't get a son, so he got me. So he taught me to use power tools by the time I was 8, and then I started helping him on projects. He built our house, and he also built us a pizza shop. By the time I went to college, when I was 19, my chemistry professor hired me to start helping with his single-family residences and small apartments. There I actually started learning some framing and some electrical, just assisting in electrical, running the wires and such. And then he went on to start building larger apartment complexes, and so I got to watch the Amish do the framing, which is an experience all in itself. I moved here in 2002. I got my property management license with LLR, of course. I still hold my PMIC, Property Manager in Charge license. I also have the manufactured housing retail dealer, which includes the installation license as well, which I just renewed with a $30,000 bond that I hold for that. I've been doing residential construction and renovation management. I've served as an owner's rep, overseeing projects from planning through completion, coordinating some contractors, reviewed scopes of work, managed project budgets, monitored schedules, performed site inspections, met plans and specifications, worked closely with owners, contractors to resolve issues, deficiencies, work order changes, permitting inspections and coordinations with all the installers. I've done hundreds of projects over the past 28 years, varying up to over $4 million budgets for renovations on multifamily units. Most recently, the GC I was working for, I was doing the owner's rep, and that was for Crosland Southeast. Ellen Allred, I don't know if you're familiar with her, but she requested me for their second project. After I completed the 300-unit project for them, I did a another mid-rise for them down in Florida and Tampa, which I just wrapped up in January. So as you know, I've overseen a lot, but I can also done a lot of things. I can obviously frame a wall. I'm an expert at putting up a hardy plank, which is one of my favorite things to do because it looks so perfect once you're finished if you do it right. My dad's family had drywall company, so he taught me drywall and such. I'm really good at grout, tile, changing flooring out. I can, thanks to property management, pop out a toilet and replace a wax seal in less than 30 minutes. That's good, right? So I've done it, just a ton of things. I can do a lot of things personally myself, but when it comes to the projects that I've overseen, you know, there's a lot of deficiencies you're looking for. One of the things I specialize in is understanding the liabilities and what those deficiencies can cause as far as system failures when you're doing major construction projects like a mid-rise. A lot of that comes to, you know, ventilation issues, structural. I've worked a lot with the architects alongside of them doing inspections as well. All right, that was really lengthy.
So you've been in the construction industry in some form for 28 years.
Well, you're in construction management. Why do you want your license? What do you intend to do with a builder's license?
So I have the retail dealer's license, so I was helping some investors with in putting the manufactured homes on after they reparcel out land and such. I would like to be a retail dealer for the modular homes. In order to do the modular homes, you also have to have the builder's license.
Now and again, I understand the levels of competency in building, but you've never built a house from the ground up.
No, I've just been alongside of
Observed
the
all that.
apartments, yeah.
Okay. And I like to tell the old story of one of the commissioners one time that says, you know, I watched Dr. Kildare as a brain surgeon, but I'm not a brain surgeon just by watching him. So by watching things being done, does that make you applicable for a builder's license?
I believe that not just watching it, but overseeing it, finding the issues and the problems that have occurred, helping to find those solutions, and, you know, plan for the work. I think that's what makes me qualified, is because I understand the things that go wrong. And a lot of times you have to go back through a project, take things apart, rebuild, and correct those issues. And I think that finding the deficiencies, and because of what I'm looking for in safety and following code, I think that makes me more than qualified, especially with all the things that I can do myself as well.
Were the 300 units you mentioned, did you say Tampa?
That second one was 200 units was Tampa. The 300 was Somerville, South Carolina.
Okay, 200 in Tampa, on the water, close to the water?
Midtown.
All right, what did you still had to have wind? Did you have wind issues during the construction, or were you not part of any of that, or did it not apply to Midtown?
No, it wasn't that. It was too far inland for that to be an issue.
My father was an apartment builder. Building apartments is completely different than building one house at a time. So how many apartments have you been around? Several hundred?
Yes, for as far as the complexes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I oversaw a $1 billion portfolio, including Goldman Sachs. But as far as the renovations, I've also been flipping houses and renovating and doing work myself as well.
So none of these projects have been ground up, is that correct?
No, they've all been ground up.
Okay.
Yeah. I've also
So you
consulted
mentioned
with...
renovations, that's why I was.
Oh, yeah, I've done renovations as well. But yeah, I've done probably at least 20 different apartment complexes.
I think she's qualified. I think she's more than qualified, because I know that the apartment building business it's a different animal, and you have to. There's so many variables, and there's so many checkoffs, and I'll make a motion we allow her to sit for the exam.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, ma'am, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam, and good luck.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Ms. Baumberger, do we have time? No, lunch is here, isn't it? All right, so we'll go on straight into lunch. All right, we're going to get back started. We're still on initial applications. Next is Jeffrey Husky. Yeah, just come on up to the chair there, and please pull the microphone real close to you. You can move the whole base around. So you can go ahead and sit down. Yes, sir. Mr. Husky, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right? All right, let's get you sworn in with our court reporter, please.
Yes, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, an electrical license for Mr. Oops, wrong one, sorry. Builder's license for Mr. Husky could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 information provided.
All right, sir. If you want to explain that to us and then give us some brief background experience.
So I worked for my brother for around 12 years. My brother's a licensed builder in North Carolina, state of North Carolina. When I was working for him, I also had my North Carolina electrician's license, and I kind of started my own W-2s. I don't have my W-2s from that long ago. I'm currently employed with the city of Charlotte, just to, throw that out there. But I didn't have my W-2s, so I didn't submit those, but I submitted an affidavit, from my brother, who also, basically gave information that I'd worked for him for the years that I did. That's why I didn't have my W-2s to submit with that. If you want a brief history of my experience, I don't know how far back you really want to go, but I was 12 years old. I worked with my grandfather as a licensed electrician in the state of North Carolina and South Carolina. Weekends, all kinds of stuff. Me and my brother both went off to college. He came back, got his general contractor's license. I got my electrician's license, and we started, doing work for ourselves, building houses. I've had experience from laying out houses, digging footers, framing, siding, any kind of carpentry, trim work. Obviously did electrical, have my hand in some plumbing. I've done pretty much, I feel like I'm legitimate, a jack of all trades. I've done a little bit of everything. Currently, because of kind of the tank in 2008, things got a little slow, ended up having to take some other jobs. I currently work for the city of Charlotte. I've been in with Charlotte Water, so I work on public utilities right now. I've done maintenance on, water and sewer utilities. I did testing and repairing of large meters, moved into inspections. I'm currently an engineering plan review for the city of Charlotte, for Charlotte Water, for all public utilities. I intend to keep that job. That's nothing I'm trying to get rid of, but what I really am looking to do is just start a small business, just building decks, kind of part-time really right now until I retire. So that's kind of my goal, to be here. I've always missed doing framing and doing carpentry work, and I kind of want to get back into that. And that's kind of my retirement plan. So, if you'll let me take the test, I'd appreciate it. But if you don't, I understand.
Yeah, so I'm looking at a letter you have here. So you built your own house as an owner-builder in '23, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that the last house you built ground up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then prior to that, working for your brother, how many homes do you think you were part of and did back then?
Probably 30-ish, give or take. We did a few, 3 or 4 a year, maybe 5. So I would say, yeah, maybe 30-ish, kind of, that we did from the ground up.
And that's essentially what the affidavit is, picture of that period in time, working for your brother, doing roughly 30 houses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you worked for him full-time at that point?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay.
And yes, I did build my own house from the ground up, and I did pretty much everything besides HVAC and sheetrock. I don't do sheetrock.
And that falls within, obviously, the relevant time frame that we're talking, in the last 5 years is what we typically look at. So, but you do have a house under your belt within the last 5 years, plus your other experience of, God, how many years you worked for your brother?
be honest, I don't know. I put it on there, I think it's 12-ish, give or take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
12 years, somewhere in there. What type of house did y'all build?
Just mostly traditional style houses, anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 square foot homes,
Yeah.
you know. We did a few larger ones, but those were kind of fun. They took forever, so, but.
I make a motion, we line sit for the exam.
I'll second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. You'll receive a letter in the mail from us releasing you for exam, and good luck.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's not what I expected, but hey, I appreciate it.
Hey, you got more experience than most coming here.
I was nervous and scared, to be honest with you. I thought, well, it's a shot in the dark. We'll see what happens, right?
Deal with that water main break in the city of Charlotte over the weekend?
No, sir. I'm not in field ops anymore. Like I say, I normally, what I do now is I do plan review for like new subdivisions. So that's mostly what I deal with. I got out of that field ops stuff.
You know what I'm talking about there? That was a mess.
Actually, I haven't even heard about it.
It flooded a lot of apartments in downtown. It was a
The
mess.
problem with Charlotte is the infrastructure is ancient, and they have started upgrading all of that infrastructure. I mean, it's so brittle. My husband used to have a building down there, and the infrastructure is so brittle that it would just crack.
Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of the pipes are old cast. And yes, they do need to be upsized, but it's kind of it's a massive undertaking, you know, when you
bit
got
at
to
a
think
time.
about, you know, the way the city does things. And yeah, you gotta time it out, and you gotta do, you know, a street at a time, that kind of stuff. But I've been on many leaks myself that were blowouts, but no, I don't. Fortunately, I don't do that much anymore. I got out of that as quick as I could and tried to move up, but it was a good experience. But yeah.
All right. Good luck to
great.
you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Do I?
All right, next up is Mark Parlier. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, an HVAC license for Mr. Parlier could not be approved at staff level. There was no experience affidavit provided.
All right, sir, if you want to explain that part to us, no affidavit.
Yes, sir. I work for Richard Hood, which owned Hood Mechanical out of Pawleys Island, South Carolina. Worked for him for over a year and a half, which paperwork for. In that year and a half, he sold the company out to Odyssey Mechanical out of Wilmington, North Carolina, which took over in August, this past August. And I worked for them up till this past month. I tried to get the affidavit back and send it to him, which I gave to his son and provided it to him. Richard Hood had left the country and went to Italy, never to return, according to his son. So I've tried and I've tried and I've tried to get that affidavit signed and completed to y'all, but with no success.
Mr. Parlin, in your attachment that you sent in, you not only took and passed the NATE test, you took 4 or 5 of them, different components. Anytime I see somebody on here that has passed the NATE test, I don't question their ability. I don't question anybody signing an affidavit for them. If you took and passed that test, you're well qualified to be a HVAC technician and
I'll
sit
second.
for our exam. I'm gonna make a motion, we let you sit for the exam.
Again, I second.
All right, I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir. Good luck. You should be fine on that
Thank you.
test. Yep, thank you. Andrew Power. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Mr. Power, you know you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right.
Yes.
All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, a builder's license for Mr. Power could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided and less than 1 year of experience in more than 3 of the categories.
Let's fill us in on both of those.
Okay. So I got into real estate 8 years ago, kind of accumulated a small rental portfolio. And in 2022, I kind of started planning my first ground up project. It's a single family house. I'm out of Horry County, Aner, Myrtle Beach area. So I got a mentor, good friend of mine who works for Habitat for Humanity. And so he's kind of mentored me through the process. My father also was a custom home builder 20 years ago, so he's kind of guided me as well. So did that project in 22, finished in 23, and then essentially built a duplex. It was an addition to an existing duplex, so it made it a quadplex, which in city of Myrtle Beach is actually like commercial property. So we did parking lot, drainage, all that stuff. So I've had 2 essential ground up projects over the last 4 years. Monday, I just got a permit for another duplex in the city of Myrtle Beach that me and Mr. Addlestone are kind of working on. But essentially, he advises me and stuff, but I've done the lion's share of the work, probably 95%. I run all the projects, do a little bit of everything. So.
The pictures you provided, that 1628
Yes, sir.
Jordanville Road?
Yes, sir. That's in Aner, South Carolina. That's just a single-family house we built.
What was your role on that project?
I did everything, from the plans.
Is that a project you owned?
Yes, sir. I own all the projects. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. They're rental. Most of the stuff I do. It's lower income type rentals. I have several, voucher type tenants. It's a big problem where we're at, especially city of Myrtle Beach. I mean, it's so most of the stuff that I'm looking at doing is in Myrtle Beach, the city, Myrtle Beach, and it's a small multifamily, duplex type stuff.
And that's your plan with the license, just continued?
Yes, sir.
Building your portfolio of rentals or?
Yes, sir. I'm not opposed, obviously, to, other, but as of right now, yeah, in the near future, that's what I plan on doing.
That metal trusses on that house?
Yes, sir. So that was a metal, it's a metal frame building, and we built like a wooden shell on the inside and spray foam insulation.
Did it start out as an agricultural building?
No. Everything on there's, yeah, it was from the get-go. There actually was a building there that was from the 30s. It was falling in, so we bulldozed it and started completely fresh. Yep. So and the duplex addition with the city, it was a 9-month process for like approval. I mean, I had to go in front of the appearance board, because it's a commercial, they consider it a commercial project. So I had to go and present to them. I had to go meet with the zoning director several times. So it was a pretty, big undertaking.
That sound familiar? How?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got told no about 5 times, and then on the 6th one, they told me yes. So.
But they take those things seriously.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So it was,
So on that metal frame one, what did you have? The metal frame supplier supply you with the engineered drawings to
Yes.
pass the city?
yeah, so that was with the county.
No,
So,
okay.
yeah, so they actually, that deal was engineered. The actual metal deal of it, it was heavier duty than, they kind of bolstered it up, you know?
Right.
And then all we did, we just went in and obviously spray foamed it. And then we built a kind of just like an interior wooden shell to hang the drywall and stuff on, you know, and to run the wire.
Yep.
And did that. It actually turned out better than I thought it would. It turned out pretty nice.
So really, you got a building within a building.
Correct. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
So, interesting. So how hands-on are you?
Extremely. Yeah. Extremely hands-on. It's what I have I have a different career, but I spend more time on this stuff than my actual career, so.
You did the wiring and the plumbing the HVAC in there, run the ductwork?
I didn't, most of that stuff I did not do my actual self, but I, you know, helped and whatnot with a lot of that stuff. So, and I've become pretty good at fixing stuff, owning rental properties, as some of you may know.
They made you come back and put all the drainage and all that in for the parking lot?
Yes. The parking was the whole issue with that project. Figuring that part out.
I mean, the thing's not that big, but you got
Yeah.
curb, gutter,
It was, yeah,
storm drain.
it was within like a couple feet of being a no on the park. They gave me the approval, the zoning did, and they said, if you can do the parking. And then me and an engineer sat there and did every parking configuration possible, and that was the only one we could get to fit. Because we couldn't move the existing duplex. It was just there. So we had to, it was within about 2 feet of being, you know.
So you're wanting to do this just to keep expanding your rental portfolio, or?
That's the plan. At some point, I would like to start, building things full-time, but I'm probably a little ways away from that. The plan right now is to build, a couple a year, probably. So.
Myrtle Beach and Conway's filling up, is coming towards Angel.
Yeah, yep, that is very true. It is filling up. There's not too many more areas you can build multifamily. It's all near downtown Myrtle Beach. There's a few areas, but outside of that, it's pretty tight. So.
I'll make a motion, we let him sit for the exam.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, sir, you'll receive a letter in the mail for the exam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Malden. Good afternoon. Malden, you had right to be represented by counsel today, and you're going to waive that right. All right, let's get you sworn in, please.
Yes, ma'am. If you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the following testimony to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, before we get started on that, make sure you pull that micro, you can pull the whole base over. You can move it all so we
that
can hear
better?
you. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, a builder's license for Ms. Malden could not be approved at staff level. There was no W-2 or 1099 provided and less than 1 year of experience on the experience categories.
All right, do you want to explain those items to us and some of your work history?
Sir, I have been a subcontractor since 2009 company. I was in Hilton Head, Bluffton area for 20-something years. In 20, moved to Columbus, North Carolina, and was offered a job project managing for Tryon Builders. So I've been do complete cradle-to-grave project management for that company since 2020 and still ongoing. Because I was a subcontractor for Tryon Builders, I submitted my federal income taxes. I don't have a W-2 or a 1099. I was voicing as my company and filing income tax that way. As far as my experience level, I did high-end remodels on the coast, but because they were past the 5-year mark, I could not provide those details. But for Tryon Builders since 2020, I've probably done about 15 to 20 projects, from high-end remodels to my love, which is building barns with living quarters, and kind of loving that niche of the market. I moved to the Columbus Tryon area for horses. I'm a fox hunter. And so obviously my fox hunting club is a big draw for me to have clientele, my ability of the equestrian and whatnot. I have a project in South Carolina that they're waiting on me to get my license. It's on a 88-acre farm. She's living over her barn right now, and she wants to build a true English cottage up on the hill overlooking the mountains. So I'm eager to get going on my next final stage of my career.
The barn that's in the picture you submitted, is that one a project that you did?
That was a Mill Creek timber frame. That company is located in Saluda, North Carolina. It was a post and beam barn, true mortise and tenon with pegs. It was a 9-stall barn. It was all concrete. It's right at the edge of the Broad River down from Lake Lure. We brought in 200 loads of fill to build up the pad to keep it above floodplain. And it worked because Helene came through. They had to swim to the barn, but the barn was fine and did not go anywhere. But it was quite deep to get to the barn itself.
There's some neat photos of some stuff.
I think Ms. Malden has proved that she has plenty of experience doing project management and controlling construction costs, that kind of thing. So I'm all, we allow her to stand for the exam.
Second.
I have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, ma'am, you'll receive a letter in the mail releasing you for exam.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Good luck. Christopher Williford. Wondering who was left in here. I don't see. All right, we're going to move on to final order hearings.
Mr. Chairman, for the final time in my 25 years, I'm going to recuse myself in the next 4 cases because I participated as a hearing officer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we get started with the final order hearings, I would want to introduce Ms. Cecilia Donato. Ms. Donato is the newest attorney in our office. She'll be working for this board. Mr. Alston was called away, so we saw it as an opportunity to throw her into the fire. I'm going to go check in the hallway. I think all of these are going to be TIAs, but I'm going to call the names one last time. I've been checking with security, and they haven't showed up yet. So let me do that real quick, and we'll get started.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we're going to move forward with case 2019-142.
I had them in alphabetical order. I apologize. This is the case in the matter of Standrika Browning, license number RBS 58958, case number 2019-142. I have a copy of the certificate of service, which I would like to provide to the court reporter as Exhibit 1. A copy of what the court reporter was just handed is in the materials which were provided to you. None of the notices sent regular mail were returned, and this is the same address to which the notice of hearing, of the hearing before the hearing officer was sent. We did not get the green card back on this service, but the service complies with the rules. We had the same issue prior to the hearing before the hearing officer. Everything was sent to the same address. Service does satisfy the requirements. Then, you have a question?
No,
Sure.
excuse me. So we're going to move into evidence states number 1 then, and then we're going to, I assume you're done, that service was duly served according
Yes.
to you. Okay. So we'll move forward with this case.
Thank you. The respondent was offered the opportunity to appear before the hearing officer to provide evidence and testimony and chose not to appear. She's also chosen not to appear today. At the hearing in front of the hearing officer, the state presented the testimony of Mason Dean with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, who testified to his efforts to effect service on the respondent in both of the cases. Mr. Dean served the respondent at the address as previously stated, and regular mail was not returned. Neither was a green card. Investigator Stephen Bell testified to his investigation and the information he uncovered. The respondent was licensed from February 16th, 2017, when it was first issued, through June 30th of 2023. Her registration lapsed at that time and remains lapsed. He also testified to the records in our file showing that respondent had prior discipline and that it showed that she was issued a citation for engaging in practice outside the scope. failing to obtain a permit when required, and entering a contract exceeding $5,000 without a bond. At that time, she was assessed a penalty of $1,500. Investigator Bell had a copy of the contract between the homeowner who filed the complaint here and the respondent. The complaint was filed on April 8th, 2019, and a copy of the notice of complaint was sent to respondent that day. The respondent replied on April 11th, essentially admitting to the items in the scope of work that were within the specialty license, stating that that were not within the specialty license, and stating they stopped work when they were sent a letter to release the contract to get somebody else to complete the work. The hearing officer found that the state met its burden of proof and showed that the respondent had violated the standards governing the practice of residential specialty contracting in this state by violating South Carolina Code Section 40-59-110 by performing substandard work, 40-59-240A by undertaking work outside the scope of her registration, and 40-59-240C by failing to obtain the required building permits for the work at the subject property. And finally, 40-59-240D by failing to obtain and provide to the commission necessary bond and have it on file because the work exceeded $5,000. The hearing officer further found that there should be fines assessed of $2,500 each for each violation, for a total fine of $10,000, and that respondent's residential specialty contractor registration should be revoked, as revocation was appropriate to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. The state requests that the board approve the findings and affirm the recommendation made by the hearing officer in this case. Thank you for your attention.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Is there any discussion?
I just got a question. 2019-142. Any special reason that took 7 years?
As is Mr. Alston's case, I really can't comment on the age of it. I can tell you on his defense that on his behalf that since he's taken over the board is in much better shape than when he started. So I can't speak exactly to the actual why. You can ask him when you see him. Maybe don't know.
All right, with that being said, we have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll move to the next two cases, which will be 2024-40 and 2025-250.
Thank you. This is the case in the matter of Justin P. Ainsworth, license number RBS.62118, case numbers 2024-40 and 2025-250. I have the proof of service of the notice of hearing for today and service of the order of the hearing officer, which I would like to provide to the court reporter to be marked as Exhibit 1. Did receive the green cards back on this case, and I ask that the chair admit these as Exhibit 1 into evidence.
So we'll move Exhibit 1 into evidence and determine that the respondent was duly notified.
It's our position that service has been effected as it is required by the rules. At the hearing, the state presented the testimony of Mason Dean with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, who testified to the efforts made to effect service on respondent in both of these cases. Mr. Dean served respondent at the address on file with the department, and as I stated earlier, green cards were returned, not just for the notice of this hearing, but the notice of the hearing before the hearing officer. In case 2024-40, investigator Stephen Bell testified to his investigation and the information he uncovered, including a copy of the contract between the homeowner who filed the complaint here and violations of the laws and standards alleged to have been committed by the respondent. He sent a copy of the notice of complaint to respondent on February 8th, 2024. This case related to a contract to build a retaining wall. The work was not completed in the time frame initially proposed by the respondent and was not completed in accordance with the engineered drawings that had been submitted to govern that work. This ended up costing the homeowner 3 times as much money to complete the work as the work that had been done had to be dismantled, redrawn, and then rebuilt. In addition, respondent abandoned the work, which was found to be a violation of Section 1807.2.4 of this 2018 South Carolina Building Code. The respondent also graded the property in a manner so as to violate R401.3 of the South Carolina Residential Code by having it slope toward the back of the home and direct water to pool on the patio. And he installed a silt fence, which failed and resulted in deposits of silt not only on the patio, but also onto a neighboring property. Ultimately, the homeowner was required to spend approximately $80,000 over and above what he had originally been told it would cost in order to build, deconstruct, and rebuild this wall and correct the grading issues. The hearing officer found that respondent had violated South Carolina Code 40-1-110F by committing a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public by performing substandard work and abandoning the project, had violated 40-1-110G because respondent lacked the professional or ethical competence to practice the profession or occupation, and had violated 40-59-110 because respondent engaged in misconduct in the practice of residential specialty contracting by abandoning work at this home, and that statute again by engaging in misconduct in the practice of residential specialty contracting by performing substandard work, in particular pointing to the building code violations. The second case, 2025-250, was investigated by James Hamilton, who also sent a notice of complaint to the respondent on February 8th, 2024. He testified the homeowner paid more than $7,500 to respondent, who then abandoned the project without refunding any of the money. The hearing officer found that was a violation of 40-1-110F, in that respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public by abandoning the project, violated 40-1-110G because respondent lacked the professional or ethical competence to practice the profession, and 40-59-110 by engaging in misconduct when he abandoned the project. For both, the hearing officer found that there should be fines of $2,500 assessed for each violation, for a total fine of $17,500, and that respondent's residential specialty contractor registration should be revoked. The state requests that the board approve the findings and affirm the recommendation made by the hearing officer in this case. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to 2025-174.
Thank you. This is the matter of Daniel P. Corley, license number RBS 61800, case number 2025-174. I have a copy of the proof of service of notice of this hearing, which I will provide to the court reporter as Exhibit 1. Those documents are included in the paperwork that was provided to members of the board. I'd like to point out that it includes the signed green card returned back, and ask that this be moved into evidence as Exhibit 1.
So moved on Exhibit 1, and we will move with this hearing.
Investigator Mark Nevis testified to his investigation before the hearing officer. The respondent was licensed on October 31, 2019, and that licensure continued through June 30th, 2025, when his registration lapsed. His license was a specialty license covering carpentry, drywall, vinyl, and aluminum siding, and he did business as Corley Services. Investigator Nevis learned that the homeowner who filed the complaint here and respondent entered into an agreement for respondent to do work which included repair and rebuilding of a deck, including beefing up the structure where it was needed. An invoice issued by Corley Services billed the work at $17,500 to the homeowner. At no time during this period did respondent have the required bond on file for work exceeding $5,000. Respondent obtained a permit for the work, but his work did not pass inspection. A list of corrective work was provided by the inspector, but the structure again failed to pass inspection after respondent attempted to correct the deficiencies. Respondent refused to attempt to correct the work again after the deck failed the second inspection, and also failed to refund the money for the deficient work. Another contractor charged complainant $8,000 to remediate the work so that it could pass inspection. A judgment was also filed against the respondent on September 8th, 2021, in the amount of $6,787.59. But in his application for renewal, which was filed a month later on October 7th, 2021, respondent answered no to the question of whether or not there had been a judgment filed against him or any business with which he was associated since his last renewal. This complaint was filed on May 8th, 2025, and Mr. Nevis sent a copy of the notice of complaint to the respondent on that date. Respondent has never responded, nor did he appear at the hearing before the hearing officer. The hearing officer found that the respondent was properly served with the formal complaint, that he had jurisdiction, and that the state met its burden of proof, showing respondent violated the standards governing the practice of residential specialty contracting. He's pointed to violations of South Carolina Code annotated section 40-59-110 by performing substandard work evidenced by 2 failed inspections, 40-59-240D by failing to obtain the necessary bond and have it on file with the commission for work exceeding a value of $5,000, 40-1-1101F in that respondent committed a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act likely to either deceive, defraud, or harm the public, which included failing to disclose the judgment entered against him in his next filed renewal application, and by abandoning the project. And 40-1-1101G because respondent lacked the professional or ethical competence to practice the profession or occupation. The hearing officer found there should be fines assessed of $2,500 for each violation, for a total of $10,000 in fines. And he also recommends that the respondent's residential specialty contractor registration be revoked. The state requests that the court approve the findings and affirm the recommendation made by the hearing officer in this case. Thank you.
Motion to approve hearing officer recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
It was nice to meet you, too. I do have the report.
So since Mr. Bailey's already outside, if we could do the final order hearings first, and then I can bring Mr. Bailey in for the report.
That was the last one.
You mean the waiver report?
Yes.
Yes,
because
we'll do
he
the
had
waiver.
both those cases.
Sure. Okay. It's all right.
So this is also included in your materials. We have waivers received from Thomas Jacoby in case number 2025-221. The violations found by the hearing officer were South Carolina Code Annotated Section 40-59-110, misconduct by performing substandard work, 40-1-110-1F, by committing a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional act likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. The hearing officer recommended a sanction of $1,000 each for each violation, totaling $2,000, fine to be paid within 60 days.
All right. I need a motion for this.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on to the next one.
And the next one is in the matter of D.R. Horton, case number 2024-496. This was a dismissal that was recommended.
That's all we need.
Approve.
Second.
All right, motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. As soon as we get Mr. Bailey in, we'll do the ODC report. All right.
So the status report from the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, we currently have 110 open cases. We have 36 hearings and agreements pending, none that are pending closure. We have closed 13 cases since the last report was submitted to you on March 25th, 2026. And in 2026, a total of 61 cases have been closed. There are no appeals currently pending. This is for your information purposes, so you are kept abreast of how ODC is moving forward through the cases.
Anybody have any questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the OIE status report.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. OIE status report as of July 8th, 2026. We had 504 complaints received, 104 active investigations with 535 cases closed.
Motion to approve OEA status?
I don't,
It's just for information. Yes.
Okay.
all right, there are questions on the status report. Let's go to the IRC.
June 24th, 2026 IRC report. We had 5 dismissals, 6 formal complaints, 4 citations, and 1 letter of caution.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. On to resolution guidelines.
Resolution guidelines, July 8th, 2026. We had 36 citations and 2 dismissals.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion, second. All those in favor say aye. Thank you, Mr. Cudd. Do we have an executive report other than what's in the packet?
Nothing further than that.
All right. No public comment. And
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure that we get it on the record, and I'm going to send in my letter of resignation to Janet later on today. But I just want to thank everybody for all of the 25 years that y'all have been part of my life, and I'm going to miss you. Every time you do the final order hearings and you read what I have forwarded to you, just know I've been here and I feel for you. Thank you for letting me do that all these years.
thank you, Mr. Bailey,
right.
for your service. Yep.
All right, good. I got it.
Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
And second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.